Okay, we ready? All right, if I could have your attention, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. This meeting was posted as required by the Texas Open Meetings Records Act. And first of all, we have a full house tonight, so we have a full quorum. And at this time, I want to, our Harlingen community has experienced several losses in recent months. Today, we would like to begin with a moment of silence dedicated to the students that we have lost over the last couple months and to their families who are going through such difficult times. We'd also like to dedicate this moment of silence to the families that are still dealing with the devastation of the flood that we recently experienced. So if you all would, please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you all very much. Next item is our Pledge of Allegiance. Mrs. Tanya Garza.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Cortan, senior team, and audience. Tonight's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Mercea Contreras. Mercea is a fifth grade student at Bowie Elementary. She is the daughter of proud parents Mario and Ruby Contreras. She is actively involved in various extracurricular activities, including UIL, Student Council, and All-City Choir. In her spare time, she enjoys participating in karate and basketball. She plans to pursue higher education and is still exploring her career options as she envisions many possibilities for her future. Whatever path she chooses, we are confident she will excel and achieve great things. Please help me welcome Mercea Contreras.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mercea. That was really nice. Thank you for doing that for us tonight. You are a very well-rounded student. We're very proud of you. I got to ask you, though, what belt are you in karate? Orange. Orange, wow. All right, congratulations. How many years have you been doing that?
Going on 6 months.
6 months, okay, well. All right, well, thank you again. We appreciate it. Okay, our next item on the agenda here is to recognition of advanced placement scholars, Dalia Garcia and Kevin Garcia.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Cortan, senior team, and members of the audience. The Advanced Placement Program recognizes high school students who have demonstrated outstanding college-level achievement through their performance on AP exams. AP Scholar Awards come in different levels and types, such as AP Scholar with Honor, and AP Scholar with Distinction. We would like to invite our board president and our superintendent to come down and take help with recognizing our students. We'll be starting with Harlingen High School. Our first advanced placement AP scholar, Mr. Matthew Archibald. Alexander Green. Nathan Mowers. Leila Hernandez. Victoria Martinez. Alessandre Garcilaso. The following student is an advanced placement scholar with distinction. From Harlingen High School, Molly C. Franks. Next, we will be announcing the AP scholars from Harlingen High School South. Mr. Deacon Kindle. Randy Lozoya. Mia Coronado. Abigail Garza. Wilder Wilson. Vincent Tapia. We will now like to honor our AP scholars from the Harlingen School of Health Professions. Gerardo Martinez. Matthew Salcedo. Aliana Aguilar. Isabella Reyna. Ashlyn Leal. Avin Acevedo. Maya Mondrian. At this time, we'd also like to recognize that this year the district had 73 AP scholars. This was up from 47 last year, indicating a growth of 55% in the district. So we're extremely proud of the work of our students, the work of our teachers in supporting them with their AP classes, and the work of the district in supporting them with resources, tutorial times, the ability to have great lessons every day. And so we're very appreciative of the work. At this time, we'd like to invite the rest of our board down to take a group photo with our AP scholars and our administrators as well. Dr. Reyes.
While he's getting set up, parents, feel free to do your photos from where you are.
All right, guys, if I can have everyone look at the camera. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
You want me to stay here? Okay. Oh, I think they would have them stay.
Start this off? Sure. Mr. Liao?
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Just a quick comment and a word of congratulations to all of our AP scholars. The increase from this year to last year is just phenomenal. And it's credit to you, of course, the students that took the tests and put in the time and studied and challenged yourselves, but especially to our teaching corps who took on the challenge to increase the number of AP scholars that we're putting out every year in HCISD, and of course our families who are providing all that critical support system for these students to achieve at these levels so high. So you're extremely proud of you. I'm especially proud of the one named Liao right there, who I know very well. And but I know she's put in just a ton of work. I know you all have put in a ton of work to get to this point.
No pressure.
Yeah. But just so extremely proud of you. Great job.
Please, if I may, I too want to add my congratulatory comments and want to say what an incredible group you are. Getting to, look around and see you have such, just bright futures. I love seeing the Stolls. I can't wait to see you walk across the stage with them. You deserve the attention, and we want you to stand out. The amount of work it takes to do what you have achieved is tremendous. I want to thank our teaching staff and families. You set that context for, good, solid expectations, but support to make it there. And so students, please be sure to thank your families. Thank them as well for celebrating with you and seeing you through on this. Congratulations, and we'll see you very soon.
I'll go ahead and say something, Mr. President, since
Please.
just kind of feel a little pressure because this side of no, I just, again, really proud of y'all. When I think about what y'all are doing, reminds me of growth and how it takes place outside your comfort zone. You intentionally chose more difficult paths to push yourselves and it's because you have a growth mindset just, at your very nature. So keep that up. Keep tackling difficult problems. Don't solve the easy things over and just push yourself and keep getting better and better. And this is going to help you for the next level. It's going to help you open more doors in your future. So we're really proud of what you've done, but we're really proud of what you're going to do. Just keep doing what you're doing and keep pushing yourself. So proud of you. Congratulations, and keep it up.
Again, it's great that you all took that extra challenge, that you all made that extra effort and to increase it from, what'd you say, Kevin, 40-something to 73?
47 to 73.
47 to 73, that's quite an accomplishment for our staff and our teachers. We really appreciate all of your hard work in this also. But like Dr. Pettis said, it's that type of ambitious attitude that will pay off for you in the future. You all have a great future ahead of you, and making that extra effort will really pay off for you. So thank you all, and thank you for making our district look good. We appreciate it.
So I think I'm the last one up here, yes. So first of all, I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the things that we talk about with our employees, and it's work-life balance. It's, yes, you got to work hard, but you also have to find time to unplug at times and just enjoy. And as I look at you all, there are numerous activities represented just in this one line right here. And I would say that work-life balance, you've already started learning that lesson. So huge kudos to you all. So proud of you all. Can't wait to see you at graduation. Parents, I would be remiss if I didn't say a huge thank you to you as well, because the reality is that the expectation is also set at home. So if you are in the audience and you are a parent or a proud grandparent of any of these students, we're going to have you stand for a quick round of applause. All parents and grandparents.
Ricky.
Thank you for your partnership in making sure that your child is going to have the highest level of success and many, many blessings as they move into their next chapter. Congratulations, guys.
All right, thank you, everyone. All right, our next item on the agenda is recognition of student athletes as regional semifinalists and state qualifiers for soccer, powerlifting, as well as Coach of the Year. Coach Rob Davies.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Corton, senior team, and audience. Tonight we recognize student athletes from our powerlifting teams, our soccer teams, and coaches selected by the Texas High School Coaches Association as Regional Coach of the Year. Dr. Corton and all board members, if you could please join us up front for congratulations and photos. Parents, you're welcome to take photographs after our district photographer is finished. Campus administration seated in the audience, please join us for pictures with your students. HCISD Athletics proudly recognizes Harlingen High School powerlifting state champion and gold medalist Ava Morrow. Silver medalist Aubrey Cantu. Silver medalist Anthony De Leon. And unable to be here tonight, silver medalist Ariana Mimic. It's magic. Glad you're here, Ariana. And as Anthony was going across the stage, I don't know if you noticed, but Anthony was awarded with the top squat at the powerlifting, 775 pounds. And that's a full parallel squat, 775 pounds. That's basically a Volkswagen. Great job, Anthony. Harlingen High School Boys and Girls Powerlifting Regional and State Qualifiers, led by Coach Nathan Aguilar and Coach Mando Gonzalez. Campus administration, if you'd like to join in the photo. Parents, you're welcome to take pictures after our district photographer.
Yeah. I can have everyone look at the camera. Ready, 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, 3. Parents?
Thank you, students. If you'd remain in the room for comments after we're finished. Our next group would we'd like to recognize is the Harlingen High School Regional Semifinalist Girls Soccer Team, led by Coach Jose Galvan. The Lady Cards were 15-6 on the year, including district, by-district, and area titles.
I can have everyone look at the camera. Ready, 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, 3.
Parents, please take your opportunity for pictures. Thank you. Please remain in the room over against the wall. Our next group is the Harlingen High School South Powerlifting, led by state champion, gold medalist, and top deadlift, Maya Monreal. And silver medalist, Madison Delgado. Silver medalist, Alyssa Guajardo. Fourth place finisher, Marley Salazar. and all the regional and state qualifiers led by Coach Marco Garcia and Coach Marco Zuniga. I would like to say Coach Garcia is not able to be here tonight. He's one of the toughest people you'll ever meet. He battles an eye condition and actually had surgery today. All year long, just kept on going to practice, kept on working hard for our kids, and sends his regrets. He would love to be here and celebrate with our students, but he needed to get that surgery today, so we'll be thinking about him.
I can have everyone look at the camera. Ready, 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, 3.
Parents, you can take pictures. All right, students and coaches, come with me. Our next group we'd like to honor tonight, the Harlingen High School South Regional Semifinalist Girls Soccer Team led by Coach Deborah Galvan. The Lady Hawks were 21-4 on the year, including the district, by-district, and area titles. They can go over there with their team.
I can have everyone look at the camera. Ready, 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, 3.
Parents? I stole your line, I'm sorry. All right, coaches and athletes. They're getting ready to come right now. Next group, we'd like to honor the Harlingen High School South Regional Semifinalist Boys Soccer Team led by Coach Julian Robles. The Hawks were 19-5-1 on the year, including by-district and area titles. As the boys are exiting, you can see it's a great year for us in soccer. We had 2 district titles. All 4 of our teams made the playoffs for the first time really in HCISD history, and 3 of our 4 teams advanced to the regional semifinals. Great job by our coaches and our athletes and our soccer programs. These opportunities are made possible by great support from our community and our school board, and also great coaches. Harlingen CISD proudly recognized the following coaches recognized by the Texas High School Coaches Association as Regional Coach of the Year for their sport. First is Baldy Oliveras, head wrestling coach, Harlingen High School. Hector Castaneda, head swimming and diving coach, Harlingen High School South. This is really cool because we have 3 assistant coaches, and any head coach who's been successful will absolutely tell you it's because of the kids and because of their assistants. Yvonne Moran, assistant swimming and diving coach for HCISD. Nancy Torres Flores, assistant swimming and diving coach, Harlingen High School. And Jerry Garza, assistant swimming and diving coach, Harlingen High School South. Parents or family members of coaches, you're welcome to take pictures.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, 3. All right, let's hold it for parents. This way over here.
Sorry, train wreck here. Stopped.
Gina has a few words.
Yeah,
Mr. President?
she'll start.
Mr. Hymas, please.
Thank you, sir. You were going to say something? You know, don't tell Manny or Izzy, but I think football is king has a new meaning, right? Here in Harlingen. So congratulations to all these athletes, but I also want to congratulate the coaches, the parents. It's a whole community that comes together. So when, you know, we have our 2 gold medal winners, our 2 state champions, but we really have an entire community that's poured into those athletes, all of these athletes, communities at the schools, at home, here in Harlingen, friends, family members. So to the athletes, when you guys win, you're winning, but you represent all of us. So we're very proud of every one of you. Thank you to the coaches who put in long hours, not just for this sport, but for other sports that you guys coach throughout the year and are going to continue coaching before the year ends. Thank you for everything that you guys do for our students and for our student athletes here at HCISD. Thank you.
Ms. Monreal?
Obviously, a big congratulations and a big thank you. But I want to say a couple of additional things. I know Dr. Corton mentioned earlier how important it is to have a balance, right, between all of your studies and the extracurriculars. And you all definitely would not be able to play in all of these extracurriculars if you weren't doing what you needed to do inside the classroom. And so a big congratulations to you and to your parents and guardians, all that support you to make sure that you do what you need to do in the classroom and that you're also able to get to all of your practices, that you've got the food you need and all the support that you need to be able to do all of these extracurriculars. So a big hats off to you. To the coaches, I just want to say a huge thank you because it isn't just coaching, right? You're also teaching, right? So you're teaching out on the field or in the gym, and then you're also teaching in the classroom. So you're having to put in those long hours, and so I'm very, very appreciative to you all. I also want to say a big thank you to our community because I know Mr. Davies said earlier, right, this is the first time in HCIC history that we had all of our soccer teams that went on to advance. And I know we've got some awesome parents that are here that did the first ever, I believe it was the first ever joint pasta night send-off dinner for all of these 4 teams. And it was just an awesome, awesome thing to be able to see our students and our coaches and our parents from from our 2 high schools come together, boys and girls. And so that was just amazing. And the last thing I just want to say is I know some of you here are seniors and you're signing letters of intent and you're going to go off and you're going to get to continue to play your sports out there. And so a huge congratulations for that. But I also hope that you take the lessons that you learned from your coaches and from being able to balance your schoolwork and your dedication to your teams and take that into your next journey, right? Because it's going to be real important for you to have those skills, and I hope you're able to put all the lessons you learn from these experiences into your college experience. So congratulations to all of you. Wish you the best, and for the ones that are not graduating, I'm sure we'll be seeing you here again next year. So congratulations to you all.
Dr. Muniz?
Mr. President, thank you very much. What an exciting night to be celebrating such amazing students, players, and coaches. And, I just want to start off by saying this wouldn't be possible without amazing leadership. I mean, I think we should be giving Mr. Rob Davies a round of applause because it's without his leadership, this wouldn't be possible. And I just want to remind people, I mean, the parents, you probably know this, students, you're learning this. I've mentioned this before in other school board meetings, but I know this crowd hasn't heard me say this, but probably one of the most powerful things that we can have in our life is a coach. Because our coaches see things that we don't see. A coach does that. They see the possibilities in the future. They see the potential. It's incredible to see such potential with such amazing students. I know several of you, and I've seen where you've come from and where you're going, and you have amazing coaches to lead you and guide you in that direction. So it's incredible to see where you're at. In addition to that, we have some amazing top 10 students here. The intelligence plus the beautiful, wonderful, ability to do some powerlifting and all kinds of soccer. It's incredible. So students, continue to be successful, continue to drive yourself. And if there's one piece of information I give you is continue to find that coach in life. Because it's invaluable to have that coach, that mentor to guide you, to see the things that you don't see, the potential that you may not see in yourself. Congratulations.
I just want to comment on a few things. One, it's amazing that the soccer teams went, 3 deep, 4 deep, Rob? 3 deep, three of the teams. That's just incredible. State champions in powerlifting, diving and swimming. I mean, it's just amazing what you all have accomplished this year. And it's and like Bobby just said, having so many kids that are academically recognized too in this group it's just amazing. So thank you for so much for all of this and all that you do for our district to make us look good. This is just a great example of academics and athletics and the arts, things that we really care about and specialize in this district. So thank you so much.
Mr. President, I'd be remiss if I didn't say this. I apologize for having to say this again. But I also want to recognize that we've got a wrestling coach of the year. And we just started this wrestling program 3 years ago, Coach Davies? And we have a coach of the year, Balde. Well, that's amazing, Balde. Congratulations. Congratulations, good job.
Rob, how long have we been doing powerlifting?
We had it previously, then it kind of went away. We've had it, brought it back. I think this is the 3rd year we've had it.
And we're state champions, so.
We were state champions last year in the boys division. This year, we were 4th and 5th place in the girls as a team, and then we had 2 state champions.
Well, thanks again for your leadership also, and the coaches, as said by my colleagues up here, that devoted so much time to help develop these athletes. We appreciate that. Thank you.
I agree with everything that has been said, but I'm just going to say a huge thank you to each of you, because what an exciting time. Being on our phones, waiting to see when the next round was going to be, and watching you all, I cannot tell you how proud I was to sit in those stands or stand on the sideline and watch you all. Such pride. And I would say that as a community, all of these competitions were super exciting for us. So many people were rooting for you all, and so many people were following you all, so just thank you for that. And then parents, a huge thank you to you as well. I always like to recognize parents because if you think about the weightlifting, that is, so, first of all, I really admire your prep. I don't think I could do it. Watching like those meal prepping, I'm sure the parents had to also kind of meal prep with them, so thank you for that. And just the entourage of people that traveled to all of these events. Just like I said, it's so exciting to watch. So parents, if you would just please stand for a huge round of applause. Thank you all for everything you've done to make this possible. Continued blessings for those of you that are returning. We can't wait to see you next year. And for those of you that are going on, just huge, huge blessings for you as you move into the next chapter of your adventure. Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda is recognition of PTSA Students of the Month for April. Sylvia Gamboa, please.
That's a lot of kids. Fun. Where is it?
Pass them down.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Cortan, senior team, and members of the audience. This evening, we will recognize our April PTSA Students of the Month. Our students represent the PTSAs of Harlingen High School, Harlingen High School South, Harlingen Collegiate High School, and Harlingen School of Health Professions. We hope you enjoy.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Orozco, and I am a senior at Harlingen High School. I'm currently involved in Harlingen FFA, PTSA, Hope Squad, captain of the varsity water polo, varsity cheerleading, powerlifting, NCAA staffing, I have an award of NCAA All-American, Academic All-American, and RGV Sports Player of the Game. In my free time, I enjoy spending time with my family and friends, shopping, and going to the beach. After high school, I plan on attending Texas State University and getting my nursing degree in pediatrics.
Hi, my name is Michaela Cruz, and I'm a senior at Harlingen High School. I'm currently involved in Harlingen FFA, where I have served as historian, Rotary Interact, Student Council, PTSA, and I was previously a member of the Cotillion Club of Harlingen and the Harlingen Cardettes. I am also honored to have received the DAR Good Citizen Award. In my free time, I enjoy spending time with my family and friends, competing in various FFA events, and giving back to my community. After high school, I plan on attending Texas State University and majoring in psychology. My goal is to develop programs that teach kids emotional intelligence.
Hi, my name is James Navarrete, and I'm a senior at Harlingen South. This year, I am a member of Harlingen South football and basketball team, and a PTSA member. In my free time, I like to spend time with my friends and family and volunteer at Living Way Family Church. After graduation, I plan to attend TSTC and get my associate's degree in HVAC.
Hi, my name is Mia Coronado, and I'm a senior at Harlingen High School South. This year, I have been a part of PTSA, Southern Stars, where I'm the first lieutenant, Hope Squad, where I am secretary, National Honor Society, SALT Leadership Team, Top 10%, National Hispanic Scholar, National First Generation Scholar, AP Scholar, and I am a part of the Monarch Dance Studio Senior Company. In my free time, I enjoy spending time with friends and family and dancing at my studio, where I also get to work with little ones to teach them dance. After graduation, I will be attending the University of Texas at Austin, where I plan to major in speech, language, and hearing sciences.
Hi, my name is Cody Lopez, and I'm a senior at Harlingen Collegiate High. I'm involved in Hope Squad as well as National Honor Society and PTSA. I also volunteer my time at Wilson Elementary, helping with the after-school program and school events. Recently, I was honored to be selected as a Luminary Scholar for UTRGV. In my spare time, I like to cook for my friends and family, and speaking of my family, I prioritize them a lot and I love spending time with them. After high school, I plan on attending UTRGV to get my master's in accounting and eventually become a CPA.
Hello, my name is Juan Miranda, and I'm a senior here at Harlingen Collegiate High. This year, I've had the honor of serving as president of our senior class, vice president of student council, a member of our district student advisory board, a member of art history club, PTSA, and the Rockets team, where I occasionally worked as a videographer. Outside of school, I love spending my time working on STEM projects, editing videos, and just hanging out with my family. After graduation, I plan to attend UTRGV and major in mechanical engineering.
Hi, my name is Abram Bettis, and I am a senior at Harlingen School of Health Professions. This year, I am a part of South Baseball as the team manager, HSHP Hope Squad president, and THS member, as well as a PTSA member. I am also the parliamentary for my senior class at HSHP. In my free time, I volunteer at church, where I participate in Vacation Bible School and lead my own youth group as youth leader. After graduation, I will be attending University of Houston, Victoria to major in psychology.
Hi, my name is Maita Soto, and I'm a senior at Harlingen School of Health Professions. While attending HSHP, I chose the pharmacy pathway. This year, I'm in PTSA, Phoenix for Christ as one of the historians, MMA cheer, 2-time All-American cheerleader, choir, and Girl Scouts. In my free time, I love hanging out with my friends and reading. After high school, I will be attending St. Mary's University and majoring in nursing.
Congratulations to our Students of the Month. I'd also like to extend a round of applause for our students' family members joining us today. Family, can you please stand? We'd like to thank Harlingen City Council PTA for celebrating our Students of the Month. On behalf of the organization, I'd like to invite Beatriz Cruz, Mr. Powers, and Dr. Cortan to come forward for photos with our students. From Harlingen High School, Michaela Cruz. Harlingen High School, Jacqueline Orozco. Harlingen High School South, Mia Coronado. Harlingen Collegiate High, Juan Miranda. Harlingen Collegiate High, Cody Lopez. From Harlingen School of Health Professions, Maite Soto. And from Harlingen School of Health Professions, Abram Bettis. At this time, we would like to invite our Board of Trustees and campus administrators to come forward for a group photo with our students. Students, please stay behind after photos to allow our Board of Trustees the opportunity to share any comments or remarks.
Mr. President,
Yes, ma'am.
might I start? I just want to add or offer congratulations to this really incredible group of students. I think about the amount of time that you took in the long lists of activities that you're part of, and the fact that they represent, your scholarship as well as, in many cases, athletic or, extracurricular excellence, and the fact that you are balancing all of that and being these amazing people giving back to your community, and then being recognized by your teachers and parents for standing out, for just being excellent. And I just love watching these videos. And my face ends up hurting because I'm smiling so much because I'm so impressed with you all. And it's just the beginning. Like you're just launching into such incredible future goals. And I feel like the thing that stood out to me today was just how much you learned about time management and finding things that you really wanted to plug into. And that's going to be so important in whatever your future is being able to see how you can balance all of these things that you care about and stay connected with your family and know that you are always going to be just the pride and joy of HCISD. So we're so truly excited for you. Thanks for being the April Students of the Month, right? Mm-hmm. So great job.
I'll close it up. So we still have a few more weeks so that we can enjoy you all. I look forward to the next few weeks, and I absolutely look forward to graduation. Many, many continued blessings. We can't wait to see what you're going to do in the next chapter of your lives. And we always like to remind our students, come back home once in a while and come back home to stay if you're ready. So congratulations, and our parents, a huge thank you. I know that we made you stand up earlier, so I won't make you stand up again. But just a huge thank you because it's years and years of dedication, and that starts at home. So thank you all. Have a wonderful evening.
Okay, our next item is recognition of education results partnerships 2024 Texas Honor Roll. Tanya Garza, please.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Corton, senior team, and audience. We are proud to announce that 5 of our HCISD schools have been recognized as the 2024 Texas Honor Roll School by the Educational Results Partnership in collaboration with the Campaign for Business and Education Excellence and the Texas Business Leadership Council. That was a mouthful. The Texas Honor Roll is a data-driven recognition program that celebrates high-performing schools across the state based solely on objective student achievement data. Only about 12% of eligible schools in Texas earn this distinction. Honor Roll schools demonstrate consistent academic excellence in reading, language arts, and math on the STAR assessment across all student groups, including historically underserved populations. To qualify, districts had to perform above the state trend line on key indicators for at least 80% of student cohorts over the past 3 years. This recognition reflects the hard work and dedication of our students, teachers, leaders, and their staff, as well as a commitment to equity and high academic standards for all learners. At this time, board members, Dr. Corton, please join us up front as we call up each of our campus principals and their staff for a recognition and a recognition certificate and a photo. Principals, after your group photo, we would like for you to remain in the building so that we can allow our board members some time for some comments. Our first campus, Harlingen Collegiate High, interim principal Kevin Garcia and his staff. We will have Mr. Garcia take a group photo for his campus. Should I say if we have any parents in the audience as well? They can take a photo. Perfect, thank you. Harlingen School of Health Professions, Principal Tina Garza and her staff. Dr. Rodriguez Elementary STEM Academy, Principal Adriana Ariano and her staff. Congratulations. Lee Means Elementary Fine Arts Academy, Principal Melissa Almaraz and her staff. Congratulations. Bowie Elementary Principal Sabrina Garza and her staff.
Ready, 1, 2, 3. One more, 1, 2, 3.
Congratulations to all 5 of our recognized campuses.
Thank you. They're very high, right?
Dr. Pettis?
Yeah, just, just thinking kind of how it is that this happens. And you look at the different campuses that achieve this award, and it's a pretty tall task. It's pretty amazing that you did this. And when you look around at the different schools that accomplished this, it's pretty apparent that some things kind of stand out, at least to me. Is number one, the culture in that school is amazing. The cultures in each of your schools are amazing because of the commitment of each of the individuals. And it's not necessarily about the leader. Leadership is important, but it's a leadership of service. All your leaders there really serve the organization and really empower the people in the organization. And it's incredible what you can accomplish when you're all there for the right reasons, which is you're just putting all your efforts for student achievement and your heart for people and commitment to excellence, have high expectations, but through support and through encouragement, through inspiration. And you just create delightful learning environments at each of the campuses. So really proud of the work that you've done. Kudos to you. And of course, the benefactors are our students and our community. So God bless y'all. Congratulations. Really proud of what you've achieved. Thank you.
I just want to add, my congratulations to all of you and my gratitude for all the work that you do. But Dr. Pettis talked about culture, and one thing I noticed as they were announcing each school and coming up, the other schools were applauding, taking pictures, supporting. So I think that culture is not just at the schools, but it's district-wide, and I want to thank you all for that, because that plays a big part in the success of the entire school district. So thank you for being leaders in that sense.
Mr. President, I just want to add a few comments. My first one is, of course, congratulations. It is, just the pride that you all have and that we have in you is tremendous. So congratulations on that. I also want to just point out that this award is really incredibly difficult to achieve because, like we've been recognizing amazing students and coaches all evening. But your award is you would have to be great in soccer and weightlifting and diving because it was reading, language arts, and math. So it wasn't just like one area you had to excel in. So you had to be amazing in 3 areas. And it wasn't just this year you peaked. You had to do it 3 years in a row. That is super hard. So that's like a state championship a year or something. I don't know. Anyway, I'm trying to draw parallels, but to tell you that I am super, super proud of you. And I know all of us really know that you're setting the bar very high, high school, middle school, elementary school, right? All of it, you're setting the stage. So thank you so much. We appreciate you so much, and the students are just thriving under you, so thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to echo everything everyone has said up here, and I'll ask my daughter if we can have her state medals, and we can just pass them out to all of the schools. But
that's not going to happen. Don't get your hopes up there.
But I just think, in addition to everything that everyone's already said up here, thank you for sitting for all of the other recognitions. But I hope that, and we're appreciative of that, but I think even as our students came up, some of them I think went through your schools. And so thank you for sitting here and cheering them on. And I hope you had a sense of pride in seeing some of your former students and current students up here. And it's no surprise, I think, that you all are the ones being recognized. It's anytime we have something, it seems like every month, these schools are frequent guests in this building because of the amazing work that you and your teams do. And I know that not all of them could be here, so please extend our congratulations to all of them at your campuses for all of the hard work that they do, and for our students, and for just this amazing award. So congratulations.
So I'm going to jump in. I'm thinking about a few months ago, we had a student advisory board meeting, and we showed them a leadership definition. We said, all right, 2 questions. Tell us, what are the most important behaviors with our leadership definition? What are the most important behaviors for teachers, and what are the most important behaviors for administrators? And it was a real interesting conversation, of course, from the mouths of babes, right? I love hanging out with kids. And you ask questions, and they just have great insight. But here's one thing that resonated with me that I continue to come back to very often, is that they talked about when you have a heart for people, that's great. When you have a commitment to excellence, that's even better. Because through the lens of a student, when you have high expectations, that translates into you believe in me. So think about that as a student, right? Because I think it's easy to say, well, the easy class was my favorite. But contrary to that, they spoke about just the teachers and how important it is to have high expectations, because in their eyes, you hold those high expectations because you believe that they can do it. And for me, that just, like I said, resonated with me, and I keep coming back to that because that's really what all of these campuses do. It's not an easy feat to be recognized under this recognition. But the reality is that you had to have a high level of expectations, continued and sustained. And I am going to say to all of our principals, just thank you, because as I looked at that list earlier today, I thought, what is it? Yes, it's culture, absolutely. It's this culture of just like this relentless pursuit to do great. But the other thing that I'll say is that there's advocacy. Every single one of these principals, and I would say across the district, you're an advocate for your people. You know them, you're in their classrooms, you're speaking with students, you know your parents, and when you see a gap or when you see something that you need, you're not afraid to ask for it. And it's all because our kids deserve it. So just a huge thank you. And then lastly, it's Assistant Principal Week. So if you're an assistant principal, would you please stand for a quick round of applause? Thank you for the work you do to enable such greatness. And just overall, I echo everything that everyone said up here, but please extend to all of your people a huge thank you and congratulations. And I say thank you because our kids are really the benefactors. So congratulations to all of y'all.
Okay, our next item is the principal's report. And tonight we have Sabrina Garza, principal of Bowie Elementary, our outstanding elementary school.
I feel like I'm really short here. All right. Okay. Can y'all hear me okay? Okay. All right. Good evening, Mr. President, Dr. Corton, board members, senior team, and members of the audience. My name is Sabrina Garza, and I am the proud principal of Bowie Elementary. And it is my honor and privilege to be here today with you to present on behalf of my campus and this amazing team that you see on the screen here before you, as well as those present with me today. The work cannot be done without this amazing team. They prove every day that they have the heart for people, the commitment for excellence. They are here for kids, and so that's the most that I can ask for them, of them. But they are the reason why we continue to be successful, and so I'm so proud of the work that they do every day. And I'd like to introduce some of the members who are here with me today. I have Ms. Larissa Vento, Assistant Principal. If you could please stand, Ms. Vento. Janice Ramirez, Instructional Coach. Cynthia Cigarroa, 4th grade bilingual teacher. And Alicia Perez, 1st grade teacher. Thank you so much. All right, a little bit of history of Bowie. Bowie was established in 1928 and was originally named South Ward School. It wasn't until 1936 that it became James Bowie Elementary. The Board of Trustees at the time decided to give it that name because Texas had celebrated its 100th year anniversary of independence from Mexico. And so in honor of the patriots and heroes of the Texas Revolution, we became James Bowie Elementary. Now, along the way, we also earned the nickname La Escuela de las Víboras. I'm not sure if you've heard that one before, but due to its facade and its architectural design, and the designer of the school was Luis Lopez Sanchez. So I provide here for you a little bit of our history of excellence. And so as you can see on the 5-year data trend, and this is our STAR data before you, in the overall row at the bottom, you see that in 2017-18, we began our letter grade, right, success of an A, and it continued over the last 5 years. We are currently a TEA A-rated campus, and we wear that letter very proudly. And a couple of accolades that we also earned along the way is ERP, honor roll recipient for 2 consecutive years, as well as a 2025 U.S. World and News Report Best Elementary School. Right. So continuing our legacy of success, we have united our HCISD strategic plan with our Bowie mission. And so that is what truly drives our teaching and learning. And so I've highlighted here a few words and phrases in our Bowie mission, and I'm going to go ahead and just see how those tie into our strategic plan, primarily focusing on goals 1, 2, and 4. And so we see relevant and rigorous curriculum, which is tied to goal 1, academic achievement, engaging innovative student-centered teaching strategies and techniques, again, academic achievement, goal 1. Ensure lifelong success, tying into well-rounded graduates as well as academic achievement. Use of high-quality instructional materials, academic achievement, as well as well-rounded graduates. And educational and social emotional needs for our students, our diverse learners, and that is well-rounded graduates. And then we also have stakeholders, which ties into goal 4, which is family engagement. So the instructional focus of Bowie continues to be academic growth. And this is a focus that we've taken on over the last few years because we truly believe that if you are growing a student academically, meeting their needs, closing their gaps, then the student achievement will follow. And so how do we get there? We begin with our Tier 1, rigorous instruction that is provided for all students. And we currently have the resources that we use, which are Amplify and Eureka. And so all students, no matter what student population, receive that rigorous Tier 1 instruction. And we have fidelity to program. So we ensure that all students get this instruction and we trust the process. The instruction has to be solid. So that means our teachers have to be supported where they need support. They have to be provided with the time to be able to internalize these materials, because it does require them to have a very strong knowledge of them so that they are able to meet the diverse needs of their students. And of course, the students have to be highly engaged. So student engagement is a component that we also focused on this school year, because through Amplify and Eureka, our teachers need to be able to put their own spin on it. They have to be able to look at the curriculum and see what engaging experiences they can provide for their students. And so all of this is the foundation. And then we get into data-driven instruction. And so this is where we get the most out of our teaching and learning, because this is where we look at what we have done, what we still need to do, and where we're going. Empowering student growth is centered in the pillars of blended learning, and this is primarily done during our reteach and enrich time. So if you notice, we have data-driven instruction at the core of all that we do, and it is tied to 4 key components that we as a campus focus on. And that is personalized instruction, teacher-student conferences, student-led conferences, and student social-emotional learning. So we try to focus on not just the academics, but the whole child. So two of the conferences that we engage our students with regards to data are teacher-student conferences and student-led conferences. So during teacher-student-led conferences, this is where teachers and students meet regularly. They set goals, they discuss progress, they set new goals once goals are attained, and then they are celebrated. Students use their data trackers, and they are able then to speak to their learning. Students feel empowered, and they take ownership. And so it is through these processes that we see growth in our students. And so that is our goal. We try to teach our students that as long as we're growing and making progress, our students are going to be successful. And that's what we want. We want to add value to their education. During student-led conferences, this would be the next step. So once students are actively engaged with their teachers and they are learning how to speak to their data, then the parents are invited into the campus to have a student-led conference. And it's just like it says, it is student-led, meaning that the student becomes the expert of their learning journey. The student can speak to their data because they practice with their teachers. The student can tell parents, hey, this is where I'm at, and this is where I'm going. Students are able to share positives, both their strengths as well as their weaknesses. And parents are often amazed at how well students can speak to their data. And so the student feels proud of what they are able to do, and they have that sense of, hey, my education is important because my parents are here, and they're invested, and they care about me and my journey. And so the teacher in this conference really just takes the role of a facilitator, and they are really there to clarify any questions maybe that the parents might have, and to really be a support chair for the child. So it's very powerful, and we've been implementing it already for a few years. And so we truly feel that this empowers students, to continue forward. They're motivated. They want to make their parents proud. And so we look at data talks and social emotional learning. So we know that social emotional learning is tied to academic achievement. So if a student is not doing well socially and emotionally, then they're not going to be able to achieve. And so the teacher takes the role of a counselor in some aspect during student and teacher conferences. Teachers don't just check in on students and how they're doing academically, but they also talk to students about their needs, where they want to go. They try to motivate them. They help them to build their confidence, and they help them to understand that
Every student's learning journey is unique because they are unique. And so just because you don't look like somebody else in your class, your journey is different, that's okay, because we're going to get you where we need to get you. And so everybody's process is different. And so we want students to feel successful and know that they are going to achieve in their own way and at their own pace. So I close with, at Bowie Elementary, we strive to develop the whole child. We want their time spent with us to yield a valuable educational outcome and prepare them for secondary education and beyond by creating lifelong learners. At Bowie Elementary, we are on a journey to success. And at this time, I'd like to share a video with you which highlights 2 of our Bowie teachers and their personal experiences with student conferences.
We've been doing student-led conferences, and I have seen a big difference in the rapport that I have with my kids. There is a stronger connection between myself and the parents, where they're not shy to ask me. So that line of communication is there for us. And the student and the parent, it brings them in closer too. It makes them aware of what's going on with their child here at school. And from my students' point of view is they can see that their parents want to be involved and care about them, so that makes them even more eager to hold themselves accountable for their learning.
Todo lo que él ha aprendido, he visto mucha mejoría en él, mucho cambio. A él le gusta que yo también, o sea, me siento orgullosa de él.
It makes me happy because I can tell her that I passed a benchmark and a reading and math benchmark.
Es una experiencia para él, para que también aprenda y se involucre más. Y antes no hablaba como tanto y hoy lo he visto que habla más, convive más con sus amigos. Se puede decir que antes tenía pena hablar y hoy lo he visto, o sea, mucho cambio.
I think overall this has made my kids better students. The ability to be able to communicate with their parents, with myself, and overall hold themselves accountable for what they're doing.
We don't only just meet with the parents. We also have student-led conversations. In these conversations, I get to have a deeper connection with my students. They come to me and they get excited about, oh, Ms. Bettis, what did I do right? What have I grown in? And having them have that connection with me and having them see their actual data in real time based on their daily assignments, monthly goals, they get really excited to motivate themselves to do better and really achieve greatness. I've noticed a big growth in my students, not just in their progress, but in their engagement. They have taken a lot of pride and ownership of their learning, and now they're really excited to get into iReady. I find that my students also keep each other accountable. They like to play races and games with each other, trying to see who can get all the hundreds for the day. Not only did I start implementing these student-led conferences, but I also started implementing a money system within my classroom that took the iReady daily assignments to a more authentic approach. This authentic approach created a motivation and a fire within my students to not only look at their data, but look at their actual progress within their money system. I've also noticed that my students have built relationships not only with me, but also within themselves. And I see now the deeper relationship that I have with my students, how it enriches not just their learning, but my perspective on teaching. The students are more motivated to do better because they know that I am engaged with them and I'm holding them accountable, and that holds them accountable as well.
Thank you. Just a few of our little cuties in first grade there. But at this time, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here with you tonight presenting. And are there any questions or comments?
Dr. Pettis, do you have a few questions?
You had a whole list, remember, you told me.
Mrs. Garza
Bring it.
came ready for you tonight.
Can you cue up my PowerPoint presentation? No, I'm kidding. It's a Prezi. No, I'm kidding. No, for me, you know, I guess what I see from your presentation and then the video is just a lot of engagement at all levels. You know, you're engaging the students at the highest levels. You're engaging your teachers, and you're engaging the parents, and highly engaged people are more productive. They're more inspired, and they're kind of all in, and they're committed to perform at high levels. And so you're doing it at all levels. You're not leaving things to chance. So I really applaud y'all for doing that. And I know it's not y'all are here. Thank you for being here. We saw the picture at the beginning of your presentation. You have an amazing staff all throughout. So really thank you for really getting everybody in the organization at that high level of commitment, you know, to really inspire all your students. It's just amazing what you can achieve when everybody works together, and everybody's all in for the kids. It's just really, you can just feel the love for students and the love of learning there, and it shows. And so thank you for your leadership. Thanks for the presentation. And I know, you know, a lot of times the testing and this and that and the letter grade and all that kind of stuff, but at the end of the day, it's just about believing in your kids, that the talent is there, and it's just up to y'all to provide those opportunities and really to create that level of learning for each of your students, and that's what you guys continue to do so well. So thank you for doing that. Your community loves you, your parents love you guys, and it shows. And so really proud of what you've done there, and you should be proud of your staff, and I know they're very thankful and proud to have you as their principal. So keep up the great work. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Perez. And yes, I am proud of them every single day because they put in hard work every day.
Mr. Leo?
Thank you, Mr. Powers. So the reputation of Bowie Elementary precedes you. I mean, this is the school that's got the perennial A's. But in the previous item, we talked about the award. Congratulations on your award. Of the 5 schools on that list, what struck me was that Bowie in particular draws its enrollment from the neighborhood around the school, right? And so you've closed the gaps. You're closing the gaps year after year. So lots of schools have that demographic in their school. So what makes Bowie different? How do you get it? And from your presentation and from the video, I saw it. It's every child, every journey, every relationship, and I could see it in the teacher's eyes when you were having those conversations, knowing the parents. And you know, we don't care where you come from. We don't care what you're bringing to class every day. We're going to teach you, and we're going to get you from here. And you said it. We're going to get you from here to there, to where you need to be. And it's inspiring. And I think that, you know, a lot of our schools in our district and other places can learn a lot from from your presentation today. And what struck me too in the video was I loved using money in your year. I mean, I don't care what you do for a living. You're gonna have to balance budget, and they're getting that in your class.
Yes, we've also started embezzling money too.
Not such a good thing.
Embezzling, did you say? Okay, well, we can talk about that offline.
That's that social emotional part that we have to work on.
Well, look, the money comes from work, and that happens in real life too. And you're teaching them that you're going to get rewarded for the work that you do. Yes. So I loved it. I loved every part of it. Congratulations for the success you're having, and you know, let's go get it. Let's get some more.
Thank you, Mr. Leon. Appreciate that.
Mr. President.
Dr. Menezes?
Thank you very much. Great presentation, great video. And I think the word that pops out to me is relationships, which was mentioned. I mean, at every level, you're hitting relationships with the kids, with the parents, with the teachers, which is really important. And what Mr. Leal mentioned reminds me of when I was in elementary school, where our parents were so involved and our teachers were so caring. And it shows that you're doing that. And unfortunately, it's unique because we're growing so much, but it's wonderful to see that you're doing that at that school. You've got great leadership, great teachers. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Dr. Muniz. I appreciate that.
So being a science person, I would echo I love data. I think that's awesome. But I wanted to comment on the fact that you have a mission for your school, right? Not everybody starts out with that, and I think that's very admirable and super important, because in order to get your team to buy in, right, and to follow, you've got to have something that tells them this is what's important and this is where we're going and this is how we're going to get there. And so I think that all starts with having that mission. So I appreciate you having that. And I think the data piece, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot that you get that says, hey, this is where we need to grow, or this is what we want to do. But, you know, it's evident from the video, and I'm sure what you all see, that a lot of it's anecdotal and just what you listen to and see. It's not everything that's coming out, right, from scores or from, you know, assessments, right? A lot of it is anecdotal. And so, you know, from even participating in a student-led conference, it's amazing the communication skills and the articulation skills that children are starting to be able to articulate where they're at and where they want to be and what resources they need to get there. So I think that's amazing. I think the only question I had, and I'm just super excited, and this is just a question of curiosity. I know there's 4 different areas that are leading you to that, to make data-driven decisions. And is there anyone in particular that you feel like you all are really needing to focus on? You know, one that's maybe more an area of focus than the others right now.
I truly feel that personalized learning is the journey that we've undertaken through blended learning. Okay. And so that's been a focus of ours for the last few years. And so that, I feel, has the greatest impact, because at the end of the day, students are put on a path, and it is through that path that any achievement gaps, we try to close those as much as possible, and hence hopefully leading to greater academic achievement. So we try to grow our kids, and I truly believe it is through that personalized learning and that personalized path that gets them there. And so that is done during our reteach and enrich time, which is we call it WIN, What I Need. It's an hour of reteach or acceleration, again, depending on the child, because some students are on grade level. And so they might need to just be challenged, right, and keep them growing and moving forward. So we want to grow all our kids, not just those who might be a little bit behind, but we want to push them further if we can. And so, yeah, I want to say the personalized learning.
Okay, great. Thank you. Great presentation.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Dr. Winograd.
Mr. Hodges?
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you like science? I like history. So I really appreciate the introduction.
Thank you.
And giving us that history lesson on the school. Growing up in the area, and a lot of my family went to Bowie, I knew that it was called La Escuela de las Víboras. I didn't know about the South Ward piece. But not just because I like history, I brought it up, but I think, is this something you share with the students? Do they know the history? Because I think Ricky touched on something important too about being a neighborhood school. You kind of pull from that neighborhood. There's a lot of pride in a lot of those schools. In those small communities of a bigger community, there's a lot of pride in where they come from, right? And we hear it always, like, never forget where you came from. And so I think that's, and I just saw a reel, I'm going to send it to you guys later, Bruce Springsteen kind of it was an old interview, and he touches on that. And someone like Bruce Springsteen never forgot where he was from, and it really influenced his career and his music writing, his songwriting. And I think that's an important piece it adds to that socio-emotional development, I think, of the student to have that pride of where they're from, where they come from, and knowing a little bit of the history of the school, I think would add to that. So the question is, do they know the history? Is that something that's intentional, like every year, letting them, in some fashion, know how the school was named?
So I think the staff knows the history, but I love the take that you have on that, and helping our students to become proud of where they come from and sharing that with them. I don't think that we require it, right? But I love the idea of having them instill that love of community and so I think it's a great thing to start. So I'll definitely bring that up to my staff, and we can definitely work on that. And so I know it's called La Escuela de las Víboras, and I'll let you all know, I really have never seen a snake there, but I've seen lots of lizards, so I'm wondering why it was not La Escuela de los Largatijos, right? Because there are tons of lizards. But no, Mr. Jaimes, I do appreciate that comment, and we will take that to heart, and we will start looking at that. Thank you. Great suggestion.
So I want to add on to the history part. Was it ever the middle school or the high school in Harlingen, do you know? Because, I mean, it's long before Vernon.
Correct.
And I wonder if it served as a high school at one time.
I'm not sure. That's a good
'Cause
one to look for.
I know my father went to school there. He lived a few blocks away and I think he went to middle school there.
Right.
So, junior high back then, but.
1 through 6.
So I just want to, echo what my fellow board members have said tonight. I got the privilege of going to see your school a few months ago and got to see firsthand your staff and you in action, and it's just incredible. I really like the fact that you engage the parents in your community, because ever since I've been on this board, you are at the top every year. Only one year y'all got beat that I can remember. And it was a real close second. But I'm just amazed at what you do with your community and the involvement, and I think that's part of your success. Your staff, I was really amazed. I got to see interactions with some of the students when you were reviewing their productivity and their goals and where they were going. It was really amazing. And particularly, one of the classes, he's not here tonight, but your math teacher, from Weslaco.
Mr. Dera, yes.
Yeah, and this is a credit to your whole staff. That it really amazed me, because he told me the story that he grew up in Weslaco, about 2 blocks from the school that was his dream to go teach at. And that I think last year there was an opening, and they called and interviewed him, and they offered him a job. And he said, I really thought seriously about it, but he said, I love Bowie. I love this staff. I love the culture here. And that's due to you and your staff and the culture that you all have created. So he gave up his dream for a new dream because of you guys. And I think that's, when I left that day, I knew why Bowie continues year after year to be the success that it is. So thank you for all you guys do.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. And I remember that I almost cried when he told me he was considering.
I bet you did.
Because he is an amazing educator. He was
Well,
he's actually our teacher of the year this past year.
Right.
And so, yes, excellent work ethic. Excellent.
But it's all y'all working together. That's what kept him there, and all of them are outstanding.
And he did share that with me too. And
Yeah.
I'm so proud of, again, my staff and
Just a
their ability just
super
to,
staff.
that heart for people and that commitment to excellence. So,
Exactly, that's it, heart for people.
yes, thank you.
Dr. Cortan? Great, great. Well, that even says more about you guys.
That is awesome.
That says it all about y'all, so thank you. That's
awesome.
fantastic.
He can bring more.
Bring them all.
We'll tell him we'll send a bus over in the morning. Oscar has a bus that he can spare, I'm sure.
We'll take you up on that, Mr. Tapia. I'll get in contact with you.
I'll be brief, but first of all, great job. Is this your first principal's report?
It is. And I
Great
was
job.
Super nervous.
Outstanding job.
Thank you.
Didn't show at all.
Thank you. You can ask Tanya. I was just like, oh, nervous.
No, you did fabulous.
Ball of nerves. Thank you.
I love that you all share with your students that success is very personal, right? And I always remind kids, it doesn't matter what everybody else around you is doing, your success is very personal to you. So just thank you for that, because I think it does something to students whenever they know we're going to meet you where you are and we're going to get you where you are going, not where everybody else is going, but this is very personal. And I think of all of the years that I have been able to hang out at Bowie, and I'm going to say thank you to Mrs. Figueroa, because every year, and I think this is the magic, part of the magic, is that it doesn't matter how many years you have in the business, whether it's 1, 2, 20 or more. Every year is a brand new year to make a difference. And every time that I'm in those classrooms, I think it's that. you know, and like I said, you have some very seasoned teachers, and I bet they don't ever have a repeat of the year because success is very personal for kids. So it's really about how do you look at the group of kids that you have and make their journey the best it can be. So just a huge thank you, and a huge thank you to our leadership, because it's one thing to achieve an A, it's another to sustain it, and to sustain it while you're also creating well-rounded kids. So just a huge thank you to each of you and to all your staff for everything you do.
Thank you, Dr.
Job
Corton.
well done.
Appreciate it. Thank you. This was fun. Can I come back next? No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding, but thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's see, where we at?
Before we go, I just wanted to add that I actually attended HCISD and my teacher is over there. And when I decided to go into education, it was to service our students. I actually lived down the street where I work now in Lincoln on the other side, but the work that you guys do here matters to every student, because every student matters, because it's not always done. And so that's why I chose to come home and be here. I wouldn't want to work for any other school. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, next is, this is probably the last time, Ms. Lefner, I get to ask you this question, one of my most exciting parts. Do we have any public comments for agenda topics?
Mr. President, there are no requests for public comments for agenda topics.
Do we have any public, number 5 is public audience for non-agenda topics.
There are no requests for a public audience for non-agenda topics, Mr. President.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Lefner. I know. Okay, next we have the approval of the consent calendar. And the first thing is consideration for approval of proclamations. So under the consent agenda this month, we have the privilege of recognizing several proclamations that highlight the incredible individuals and initiatives that contribute to the success of HCISD. We begin with National Volunteer Week from April 21st to the 25th, celebrating those who give their time and heart to supporting our schools, students, and programs. On April 22nd, we recognize our school bus drivers, whose dedication ensures that our students arrive safely to and from school every day. We also appreciate our administrative professionals on April the 23rd for keeping our schools and offices running smoothly. During National After-School Professionals Week, which takes place from April 21st to the 25th, we honor those who provide enriching after-school experiences for our students. As we enter Mental Health Month in May, we raise awareness about mental well-being and the support systems available to our students and staff. We appreciate the ongoing efforts to create a culture of care in our schools. May 1st is Principal's Day, a time to thank our inspiring school leaders. On May 2nd, School Lunch Hero Day, we recognize our hardworking staff who ensures that our students have access to nutritious meals that fuel learning. Teacher Appreciation Week is from May the 5th through the 9th. It is a time to celebrate the educators who are shaping our future. Their passion, patience, and commitment to excellence makes a difference in the lives of our students. On May 7th, we honor school nurses for their care and compassion and for keeping our students safe and healthy. Finally, on May 9th is School Communicators Day. And on this day, we recognize those who keep our community informed and engaged. To all those we recognize this month, thank you for your dedication, your hard work, and the lasting impact you have on our schools and community.
Mr. Powers, if you wouldn't mind, may we also recognize Sabina Puente, who is present here today, who brought forward the proclamation for Food Allergy Awareness Week through her efforts with the Girl Scouts. And so congratulations to you. Thank you for your efforts and for bringing this forward to us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, with that, we will move on. I think we need a motion for the rest of it, Dr. Pettis.
Motion to approve the consent calendar as presented. Thank you.
I have a motion by Dr. Pettis and a second by Dr. Monreal. Any further discussion on this item? If there's none, we'll vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Next is matters relating to transportation and school support.
Transformation.
I'm sorry.
Transformation.
Transformation, excuse me, and school support. Transformation Teaching and Learning Committee report. Dr. Corton.
Mr. President, board members, audience, we had two very exciting topics this month. We heard from Jessica Rushka, Dr. Jessica Rushka, and her team. They've been working as an innovation pod to outline what AI can look like in our district. One of the things that she highlighted is the balance between using our technology as an instructional tool and certainly balancing that with face-to-face interactions. So we heard about that topic, heard a lot about how we were going to be streamlining some of our systems through AI, and I'm excited to see what the next level of that work is going to be. Secondly, we heard from Coach Rob Davies and Mrs. Kara Hoflinger. We are excited to be able to submit our application for the expansion of our TIA application. That would bring on over 500 additional teachers who would be eligible to be considered for TIA. So those were the two topics from this month. Really proud of the work that we're doing around those two topics. Lots of things yet to come.
All right. Dr. Pettis, did you want to add anything to
Well,
that?
if I could just, thank you, Dr. Corton, for these incredible the topics and presentations. It's hard for me to contain my excitement about both of them. I mean, each meeting, you keep bringing really impactful things to us, and it's exciting to see that we're always in the critical, the critical edge of innovation in the school district, and the AI piece just was mind-blowing. It's just incredible to think that we're doing this right here in our school district, and the benefits that it's going to bring. Not as you mentioned, of course, with just changing systems and efficiencies and everything else, but also with engaging different stakeholders and partnerships, perhaps philanthropist donors and all kinds of different opportunities that they can create. So really exciting. And then, of course, our people, with the TIA component, that's just really incredible to see so many people trust in us to partner with us, and the TEA and their willingness to partner in Region 1. I'm sorry. That's just incredible that we're again a trusted partner because they know we do things the right way, and it's really exciting to see that touch all aspects of our incredible professionals in this district, so they can be rewarded for their hard work, for their excellence, and so really exciting to see those numbers. We talked about some hypothetical scenarios, and it's just exciting to know that that's coming down the pipeline here pretty soon. So thank you for those presentations.
Thank you, Dr. Pettis. All right, we'll move on to item number 8, matters relating to curriculum and instruction. And the first item is consideration for approval of out-of-state trip for Harlingen High School Junior ROTC Drill Team to attend the 2025 U.S. Army Junior ROTC Drill Nationals and the 2025 All Services Junior ROTC Drill Nationals in Daytona Beach, Florida, from April the 29th through May the 6th of 2025. Tanya Garza, please.
Mr. President, board members, Dr. Corton, senior team, and audience, the Harlingen High School JROTC drill team respectfully requests permission to travel to attend the two national events, one being the 2025 U.S. Army JROTC Drill Nationals, and the second being the 2025 All-Service JROTC Drill Nationals, both to be held in Daytona Beach, Florida, from April 29th through May the 6th. The team will consist of 27 cadets and 3 chaperones. The United States Army will cover the cadets' transportation via charter bus and lodging. The JROTC budget will fund the chaperones' lodging and meals. Participation in these national competitions provide students valuable opportunities to strengthen their leadership skills, explore potential career paths, and foster personal growth. The administration does recommend approval of the Harlingen High School JROTC drill team to attend the 2 national events. At this time, I do have Mr. Amaya and Sergeant Gonzalez present, should the board have any additional questions.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion for approval as presented.
I have a motion by Dr. Muniz,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Hymas.
Beat me out.
He's quick tonight.
Mr. Powers, just a comment before we vote.
I'm sorry?
Just a quick comment before we
All
vote,
right.
since Sergeant Gonzalez is here. That y'all, every time you go out to Florida, you bring back a national championship or you bring back trophies. You make us so proud. And it just went, since you're here, Sergeant Gonzalez, you've got a fantastic program. The Veterans Day ceremony you did a few months back was, I mean, our whole community looks forward to that every year, and it really means a lot, I mean, to everybody here. So thank you for the fantastic job you're doing. Go over there and bring home all the trophies. We're going to be super proud, I'm sure, no matter what happens, but thank you.
Yeah, I just want to echo that. I've watched y'all for several years, and every year you come to the highest standards, and I mean, you've won many, many awards with your drill team through your leadership, and the program you put on Veterans Day is just incredible. It's just really remarkable, and the whole community enjoys that, so thank you for all you do. We have a motion, and we'll go ahead and it's been seconded. So, is anybody further? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, have a great trip. Thank
Best
you.
wishes.
Bring home the gold.
I would like to add, I just want to commend President Gonzalez for everything he does. I'm going on 2 years at Harlingen. I haven't seen a program that is so crisp.
Mr. Amaya, can you come to the microphone because the people at home can't hear you,
Yeah.
and it's important.
I just want to commend Sergeant Gonzalez and his program. I'm going on 2 years there at Harlingen High School, and I haven't seen a program that is just so crisp, right? Their determination, what he does for students every day, it impacts our campus. And I see them every morning, and it's routine systems from the time they walk in to the time they leave, and it's perfection. And I believe, you know, the grinding and the grit that they do every day is an attribute of the success that they're having. So we're expecting them to go over there and not only compete, but come home with the big W, right? So we're excited, and I have faith in him and in his program, and we're just excited for the kids that they put in so much work. And no doubt that they're already winners in our eyes. So I just want to commend Sergeant Gonzalez for everything that he does for our program.
No, thank you, thank you. Sergeant, I'm just curious, how many kids do you have in your program, and how many of them go on to enlist in the service or go to college and do ROTC there? Can you come up to the microphone, please? This is, because you do have a remarkable program.
At this time, sir, we have 122 cadets. We have 18 seniors. Seven of them already joined the military. We have one waiting for approval for the Naval Academy, one for a 4-year scholarship for the ROTC program at University of Texas A&M in Kingsville, and also one for Texas A&M in College Station. Those would be 4-year full rides for the ROTC program. They'll become lieutenants after they graduate from that program.
That's fantastic. They'll represent our country well. Thank
Yes, sir.
you. Thank you for your leadership again.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, our next item on the agenda is consideration for approval of out-of-state travel for Texas Association of Future Educators, students and sponsors to travel out-of-state to the National Educators Rising Competition in Orlando, Florida on June 25th through the 29th, 2025. Presenter is Mrs. Dalia Garcia.
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Cortan, senior team and audience. The Texas Association of Future Educators, known as TAFE, is a student organization created to allow students opportunities to explore the teaching profession and build their leadership skills, not to mention strengthen our potential teacher pipeline. Our Texas Association of Future Educators is requesting permission to travel out of state to Orlando, Florida on June 25th through the 29th to compete at the Educators Rising National Competition. Students qualified at the recent TAFE State Teach Tomorrow Summit in the interactive bulletin board category. To qualify, students needed to have earned 97% of the overall possible points. We have 6 qualifying students who will be competing, accompanied by their sponsor and co-sponsor, Ms. Cuellar and Ms. Garza. Administration recommends approval as presented.
All right, do I have a motion? Dr.
Make a
Reiniger?
motion to approve?
Moved by Mr. Hymas and seconded by
Second.
Dr. Reiniger.
And may I ask a question before we go to
Please,
the vote?
yes.
Can, Ms. Garcia, can you say how the funding on this one works?
We will require we are requesting district funding, and I know Ms. Alonso's here that can. Yes, out-of-season funding.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, post-season.
Post-season.
Any further questions from anyone? All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Our next item is C, 8C, consideration for approval of chess team to travel out of state to Orlando, Florida, and compete in the United States Chess Federation National Tournament on May 9th through the 11th, 2025. Coach Davies.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Corton, senior team, and audience. This evening, we are respectfully requesting approval for the Memorial Chess team to travel to Orlando, Florida, where they will compete in the United States Chess Federation National Tournament, May 9th through 11th. This season, the team competed in the rigorous championship division and advanced to the regional and state tournaments to earn the opportunity to test their skills at the national tournament. The team will consist of 6 competitors and 2 coaches. All expenses will be covered by HCISD. The HCISD administration recommends approval as presented.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
I have a motion by Dr. Muniz and a second by Dr. Cano Monreal. Any further discussion on this item?
Just a couple questions, Mr.
Okay,
Powers.
please.
So, Coach, would you, so Memorial qualified, did the other middle schools send teams to the tournament, local tournaments and whatnot?
Yes, our criteria for qualifying, first you have to go to the regional and you have to place in the top 2. Then that puts you to the state, again, qualify top 2. And then if you do that, you get an opportunity to go to the national tournament.
Okay.
Memorial was our only middle school to qualify.
Fantastic. Thank you.
And I would like to add the championship division, which is the highest division, is where they competed. They did a great job this year.
And the United States Chess Federation, that is the organization that HCISD participates in?
Yes, sir.
Correct? Okay. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item number 9, matters related to human services. A is consideration for approval of TASB recommended revisions to policy update 124 on second reading. Ms. Debbie Scoggin.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Powers, Dr. Corton, members of the board, senior team, and audience. Policy Update 124 includes 8 recommended policy revisions that address financial ethics, investments, intellectual property, employee standards of conduct, special programs, gifted and talented students, child abuse and neglect, and conduct on school premises. We reviewed Policy Update 124 during our meeting a little bit earlier this month, and so at this time, administration recommends approval of Policy Update on second reading as presented, unless there are any questions.
All right. Are there any questions? Do I have a motion?
Mr. President, I move approval of the TASB recommended revisions to Policy Update 124 on second reading as presented.
I have a motion by Dr. Pettis, second by Dr. Reiniger. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item number 10, matters relating to business services, Finance and Planning Committee report. Mrs. Ida Ambriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. So at our meeting last week, at our Summary of Fiscal Planning Committee meeting, we discussed laying the foundation for the compensation plan, keeping track of the pending state legislation funding, and we discussed a renewed structure for purchasing and renewing software licenses. An update on the budget calendar was also provided. For the month of April, we will continue to review all budgets and conduct one-to-one meetings for budget clarifications. Under compensation plan update, we are working on projecting final budget numbers, studying options for all staff members, and monitoring the state legislation for more information on possible future funding. An update on what the current Senate Bill 26 looks like for 2025 was also provided. Currently, Senate Bill 26 has been approved by the Senate, but still pending House approval and the governor's signature. If this bill is passed, it could potentially provide additional funding for teacher raises, the Teacher Merit Pay Program, or TIA, special education funding, pre-K access, and teacher liability protections. Lastly, we discussed the restructured procedures for instructional software and license renewals. Total district savings for the fiscal year was $1.1 million and an estimated $98,000 in district savings for the next fiscal year. The task force charged with this task was able to provide recommendations on how to make better software purchases through needs assessments, evaluation rubrics, a new funding request form, and an automated workflow. Are there any questions on the summary?
Okay. Any questions?
No. And Mr. President, if I could, just again, I'd thank you for these incredible presentations. I think every month we're getting to this cadence to where we're really understanding things a lot better, and we really appreciate you and your staff, all the work y'all put in. The presentations are great. We've mentioned some of the slides are really impactful for us and make things simple to understand. But just again, thanks, for all the work you're doing and involving so many other people in the district. The campuses, the executive directors, and everything. So it's awesome to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ida. You got a long list of items tonight, so. All right, let's move on to number 2B, consideration for approval of monthly tax collections. Presenter, Mrs. Ida Ambriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. So tonight we will present to you our March property tax collection report. Happy to announce that we are at 90% tax collection rate as of the end of March. And so of our total levy of this current fiscal year of $46.5 million, we have so far collected $41.9 million of that tax levy. So very good. Next in your packet, I also have provided a monthly recap of what we have collected and deposited into our bank on a daily basis. For total for our general operating was $591,000.
Is this the monthly financials?
Yeah, this is monthly financials?
Yeah, I think because we need to, it's an action item, so maybe we'll.
We need to approve number B before we move on.
Were you done with the tax collections presentation?
I'm doing the tax collection.
Oh, that's still the tax.
Yeah, that's the tax collection.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yes.
got it, okay,
Yes.
apologize.
Oh, I got confused. I said, did I skip one? No.
Okay, apologize. No,
No,
go ahead.
We're good, we're good. So on the tax collections report, on that second page in your packet, I have provided our monthly recap on our cash collections. As I mentioned, we've collected $591,000 for our maintenance and operations, and then for interest and sinking, we collected $126,000 for the month of March. Grand total there of $717,000. Are there any questions on the tax collection report?
All right. If there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of the monthly tax collection as presented.
Dr. Reiniger's made a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right, seconded by Dr. Cano Monreal. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The next item is consideration for approval of monthly financials. Presenter, Ms. Ida Ambriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. Tonight we'll be presenting to you our financials for the month of March 31st, 2025. On our balance sheet, we are displaying our three major funds: general fund, food service fund, and debt service fund. Happy to announce that we are still remaining positive with our overall assets, liabilities, and fund balance for all three funds. Next, in that packet, we are also presenting to you our combined statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balance for general fund, food service, and debt service. For our general fund, our year-to-date revenues over year-to-date expenditures are positive. You will also note in our statement of revenues and expenditures for this month for general operating, we have also recorded the $18 million tax maintenance notes that came in at the end of March. So that is also properly recorded there in your financials. Are there any other questions on our financials for the month of March?
Okay. If there's no other questions, I'll entertain a motion on approval of the monthly financials.
Motion to approve?
Motion by Mr. Leal and a second by
Second.
Dr. Muniz. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. The next item is D, consideration for approval of budget amendments. Presenter, Mrs. Ida Ambriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. So for tonight's presentation on our budget amendments, we do have 7 budget amendments to present to you. 5 of those budget amendments are campus-related for year-end activities and celebrations. One of those budget amendments presented tonight is for our graduation celebration, where we are redirecting current budget, into that proper functions that we need for our graduation celebration coming up next month. And then the last budget amendment here presented to you tonight is for Function 71, where we are redirecting on a functional level some funds into that Function 71 for our year-end projections for our capital leases and our software licenses renewals that we'll be projecting at the end of the year. Any questions on any of our budget amendments for tonight?
Quick question, Ida. So
Yes, sir.
on the last amendment, so that's the larger item.
Yes, sir.
So we're redirecting, and what I'm finding here is most of them say salary professionals. So are these positions that we won't be spending those dollars on?
No, so actually what that represents is this is after we have our encumbrances encumbered to make sure that we have enough funding for those personnels and those line items. There's a little excess there.
Okay.
And so we were able to redirect some of that excess and our personnel budgeting over into Function 71.
Okay, so it's a net, it's a neutral item on our budget.
Yes,
And-
it's a
and there was-
neutral item. Yes, sir, yes.
Well, that's pretty good news that we had nearly 400K.
Yes.
Doesn't impact the budget, so.
Yes.
great. Good job managing each of the 1,000 line items that we probably have
Thank you,
in
sir.
Function 71.
Yeah, thank you.
And without the use of AI yet.
Without the use of AI, that is correct. Just imagine what the possibilities can be, right?
That's right.
Okay, so I need a motion on approval of the budget amendments.
I'll move to approve the budget amendments as presented.
Dr. Cano Monreal has made a motion. Do I have a second?
Second motion.
Second by Dr. Pettis. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item number E, 10E, is consideration for approval of award of proposals and contracts. Presenter is Mrs. Ida Ambriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. Tonight in our proposal section, we do have 14 award proposals to submit to you tonight for approval. They are all various types of items and services that our district typically always uses, and some of these are renewal contracts. We have some here for supplies, for contracted maintenance repairs, internet access service, textbooks. Food service has one there for cafeteria decor and some tables. We also have one for a Zern math program. And then we have our 2 first tax maintenance note projects that we are submitting to you tonight for mini stadium lighting and for playground equipment at Travis STEM. Are there any questions on any of these items presented?
Okay. Any questions? All right.
So, quick, so the lighting is the big one. That's coming out of the maintenance tax.
Tax maintenance note, yes,
Perfect.
yes.
Thank you.
That one and the playground, the 2 first tax maintenance notes.
And we talked about those the last meeting.
Correct, we did.
Great,
Mhm.
thank you.
All right. Mr. Leal, are you going to make a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve as presented.
I have a motion by Mr. Leal. Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Hymas. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item number F, consideration for approval of award insurance coverage for property and contents named windstorm hail and boiler and machinery, RFP INS R0423, extension 2. Presenter is Mrs. Ida Umbriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. Harlingen CISD requested proposals in 2023 for insurance coverage for property and content and boiler and machinery. Policy coverage for property is to include fire, all other perils, AOP, named windstorm, hurricanes and tornadoes, and hail. A separate coverage policy for boiler machinery breakdown was also obtained. The request for proposal was awarded for a one-year term with the option to negotiate renewal rates annually for 2 additional years. Hub International presented a renewal quote with a property rate premium reduction of 16.56%. The boilery and machinery premium increased by $502. A recap of the proposal in comparison to coverage for 24-25 is attached for the board to review. The administration recommends that the board approve the awarding of the contract to the contractor as highlighted in the attached recap.
Are there any
Mr. President,
questions?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Dr. Reiniger,
I'll second.
a second by Dr. Cano Monreal. Is there any further discussion on this item?
A quick question, Mr. Powers.
Yes, sir.
Ida, was this bid out?
Yes, yes, it was. Well,
And there was
actually,
one?
I take this back. This was actually a renewal, because as we mentioned, this was a one-year term with the option to negotiate a renewal rate annually for 2 additional years. So we did a renewal on this one.
So did we commit ourselves to the 3 years? Like what, say in the event it was higher, would we have been able to bid that out?
Yes, if it had come in a little bit higher, we'd be able to go back, reject that, and then go back out for proposals. Yes, sir.
Because I mean, this is fantastic savings from the year
We
before.
did. We were
but-
pleasantly surprised with that reduction there, so there was no need for further work. We accepted.
But I'm old enough to remember when it was half of that.
Yes.
With a much larger coverage value. And I know that the market is still in this space here, right?
Absolutely.
Nothing's getting cheaper.
Yeah, that's right.
But
That's right.
I think we probably need to take the savings before they change their mind.
Yes.
Any further questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item G, consideration for approval of interlocutory agreement with the City of Harlingen for the use of 2 school buses for the city summer recreation and track program. Presenter, Mrs. Ida Umbriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. This interlocal agreement between the Harlingen CISD and the City of Harlingen is for the use of 2 ACISD school buses during the 2025 school summer break for implementation of a city summer recreation and track program. The Texas Government Code, Chapter 791, also known as the Interlocal Cooperation Act, authorizes local government to contract with each other and with agencies of the state to perform functions or services each part of the contract is authorized to perform individually. The administration recommends the approval of the interlocal agreement with the City of Harlingen as submitted.
Do I have a motion? Any discussion first? Anybody have any questions?
I do have a question, but I'm happy to make a motion on this.
Okay,
So I'm moved to approve.
all right. Have a motion by Dr. Reiniger. Do I have a second? Then we can go into
Second
discussion.
motion.
Seconded by Dr. Pettis. All right.
And then
Doctor.
my question is, is there any money transpiring to carry out the contract?
Yes, there is a rental fee that the City of Harlingen will incur for using our 2 buses.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item H, consideration for approval of award of request for qualifications for civil engineering services. Presenter is Mrs. Ida Umbriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. Harlingen CISD solicited request for qualifications for civil engineering services, CIES 0225. The district received 5 submittals from highly ranked firms. The submittals were ranked by a committee. The ranking of the qualification statements is included for your consideration. The administration recommends that the board approve the awarding of the contract to the firm as highlighted in the attached recap.
Well, let me, we're on page, I think, 112?
112.
112.
We're in 112, yes. Recaps on page 113.
So you recommend the one that's highlighted?
We'll be recommending the top three, and those are the three that are highlighted there on page 113.
So are we doing all three, or?
So if you're gonna approve it, then we would have those three as a group.
Okay.
In case
That we
one
would be
firm
able-
is
So we can
easier
use
tied
any
up, we
three,
have
is that
some
the-
options.
Correct.
Yes.
We would use
Oscar,
the highest
go.
rated one, which is, for example, on civil is B2Z, has the highest ranking. So they'd get the first job that we have. And if we have a few more and then they're overloaded, we'll go to the next one, which is TrimAd. And then if we get really busy and have more work, we can go to the third one, which usually doesn't happen unless we have a big, like a bomb program, things like that. But if we need the additional services, we can go down the line to the next firm in line. But it will only be those three we can use.
Okay, so that now I understand. But Oscar, let me ask you, if you have a project that you know one of these three has a specialty in, do you have the prerogative to pick that one out of the three?
Yes, we could.
Like a structural engineer or something like that, you know they've done the roofs over at Treasure Hills or what have you? So-
Yes, and in this particular one, Green and Rubiano is more of a structural. They do some civil, mainly structural, so something like that would probably go to them.
But you have that prerogative, you don't have to
We
take
have
that?
that prerogative.
Okay.
All the other ones could probably do it as well.
And I think that's a great point, Mr. President, that I think that in us approving, if we approve this, I mean, we're green lighting all three for you
Right.
to use, and we trust you and your team's judgment to use that as you see best for the district, and not necessarily to always go in a certain order. But I do appreciate your obviously your explanation, and anyway, with that, I'll make a motion to approve the award for request for qualifications for civil engineering services as presented.
I have a motion by Dr. Pettis, and I have a second by
Second.
Dr. Reiniger.
Quick question,
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Powers, since we're talking about this too. Mr. Tapia, do the firms have a chance to review the scoring, the matrix, and can they ask questions just to make sure they agree that?
After board approval, it becomes public information, and yes, they can get access
so
to
they
the
don't-
information.
Because I think I'm just looking at firms' experience in design and completion of project, the number of points assigned to one of the firms, it just shocks me that it's so low. Because one in particular has been around for decades. And we can, but I think that in the future, they might, maybe in a blind way, they might be able to review the score that we're assigning them without looking at anyone else's scores, just to see that they think that the math is correct. Or maybe they have a disagreement on the number of years that they've served, or.
Yeah, sometimes they don't submit the information they forgot,
Shocked at
so
this.
it costs them points. But yes, they can definitely call, and purchasing can get with them and show them how they ranked and why they ranked that way.
So they need to have that opportunity though before it comes to the board.
Only after the board.
But I'm saying only for their score. Like they wouldn't be able to review, they wouldn't be able to see other firms' scores, but, because that's what I'm afraid of is like in the event in the future, there's a mistake on on the firm's experience, we would take action and it's done. And they didn't have the opportunity to say, well, we've been at it for 30 years and you gave us a score for 5 years. And it's done. So that's just a point of improvement. The one I'm concerned about is one of the three that's already being selected, so that's not a concern. But they should have an opportunity to review their own score.
And I think I don't know, Mr. Tapia, if you want to maybe explain the process a little bit better for all of us, but I do think that there is a danger in allowing, vendors to sort of getting involved in the process as far as, because we set as a board, our ranking, criteria. And every few years, you go through that process with us and we kind of tweak the ranking criteria based on your recommendations and Dr. Cortan's and the staff, recommendations as to what's working, what's not working, where do we need to make adjustments in the ranking and that kind of stuff. And then you go through that process, right? I do think that you might want to weigh in or give us your input here, and based on your experience with this district and others. But I do think that it might it could be a little tricky getting somebody involved a little bit earlier in the process and showing them where they rank in their points, versus others or whatever, and they might I don't know. I just think that I think they have to turn in their application like everybody else. Everyone has a process and a deadline to turn in all their information. But the process after that is not theirs, it's ours. And so I think that, I guess, it's a great point. I think to Mr. Leal's point, though, we just have to be double, triple sure that we're getting all the information that we need and that we're actually, making it fair for everybody and assigning the right number of points for everybody and that kind of stuff. And could you give us some assurance that you're doing that, Mr. Tapia?
Yeah, that's the way we do it. I'm not sure if there are any legal implications of getting them involved and seeing their scores before we bring it to the board.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if
I'll amend the feedback. I don't mean the score itself, but do you agree that you have served in this field for 20 years? Or maybe make it clear on the application, number of years of experience, and it's on them to answer the question clearly, particularly for items that impact the score.
Yeah, they submit like a packet, like brochure.
Okay.
And so the committee of 5 of us, and we review, and when we score individually, we call out the numbers, and we're like, oh, you got a 5, I got an 8. How come? We talk about it, and we deliberate. Oh, I didn't see that. What page was it on? Oh, okay. And then we all agree. It's an 8. And so forth. Right?
To expand on Ricky's question, because I had a question about the next item, I think, but it's pertinent right now. So if they're missing something that's obvious, is there a follow-up, like, hey, did you forget this by accident, or like a certain? We can't do that?
The process is that we provide to them before they submit any type of proposals to the district, right? The criteria sheet, right? And so on that criteria sheet, I will ask for numbers of years experience, right? And other different items that we're looking for. And so to be fair across the board, right, that packet is provided to each of those bidders. And once they've submitted that, there's a clear cutoff. It's advertised in the newspaper, right? And once we have that bid opening, it's 2:00 on March 25th, let's say, then after that point, then there's no other additional changes that can be made.
Right.
And so at that point, we have to just be fair and equitable to all of those that have submitted a bid, and we review that. And that's why we utilize a committee, right? And so there's several members on the committee, some people from business office, district operations, and so that way we can have like different perspectives, different lens, and looking at all of those proposals. And so yes, just like Mr. Tapia just mentioned, if there's something that, I couldn't find their financials, right? Oh, but I found it. And so we can kind of talk amongst ourselves as we're reviewing and evaluating, and we do have that rubric where we're, scoring them. And so, yes, for sure, we do share this with them after they are approved. But back to your question, whether or not we can provide that information just on their own scoring, I'd have to double check on that, and I can get back to you on that.
Let's follow the rules.
But additionally, if someone felt they were fairly scored wrong or unfairly, and afterward they see and they want to complain, that they have that right, and we can take it to the superintendent. We found this, and you know what? We did mess up. We can always bring the agenda item back to the board to rescind action taken.
Good. Sure.
And correct the agenda item. Rarely in my 34 years, that has rarely ever happened, but I think I've seen it once or twice.
And it's been my experience over the years too that, these people are experienced in, you all give a packet, you give the criteria.
Yep.
Right.
And it's not, I know, Oscar, you and I have talked about this over the years, somebody didn't turn in something that was listed, item number 7, do this, and they don't do it, and if they don't do it, it's on them. I mean, it's not fair to call them up and say, hey, you forgot to submit this, you want to submit this. That's against the rules, really, so, anyway.
It's a pretty tight process, just because of what you said, right? We have to be equitable, and we have to make sure that as we're going through this whole process, that we're going to follow it to a T, because one swing from that
That's right.
could cause just a different outcome.
All kinds of
I will
criticism.
certainly work with Mr. Tapia and with Mrs. Ambris and do a follow-up with you all on this conversation.
Well, and also, I just want to add that, we have worked on this point system over the years and refined it and refined it and refined it, so, but, we can always look at it, but I know you and your staff have really worked hard on it, so. All right, is there any other questions? We have a motion and a second, so can we go ahead and let's move forward and vote on consideration for approval of award of a request for qualifications for civil engineering services. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Let's move on to item number I, consideration for approval of award of request for qualifications for geotechnical material testing engineering services, GEOTO 225. Presenter is Mrs. Ida Umbriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Curtan, senior team, and members of the audience. Harlingen CISD solicited request for qualifications for geotechnical material testing engineering services, GEOTO 225. The district received 5 submittals from highly qualified firms. The submittals were ranked by a committee. The ranking of the qualification statements is included for your consideration. The administration recommends that the board approve the awarding of the contract to the firm as highlighted in the attached recap.
Is there any discussion on this item? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Move approval of the award request for qualifications for geotechnical material testing engineering services as presented.
We have a motion by Dr. Pettis and a second by Dr. Cano Monreal. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item 10J, consideration for approval of award of request for qualifications for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing MEP engineering services, number EMEP 0225. Our presenter is Mrs. Umbriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Curtan, senior team, and members of the audience. Harlingen CISD solicited requests for qualifications for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing MEP engineering services. The district received 4 submittals from highly qualified firms. The submittals were ranked by a committee. The ranking of the qualification statements is included for your consideration. The administration recommends that the board approve the awarding of the contract to the firm as highlighted in the attached recap.
All right. And again, we have 3 people that have been.
That is correct.
Met the
Yes, sir.
criteria, correct?
Yes, those
Okay.
3 that are highlighted in the gold-looking color.
Right.
Yes.
All right. Are there,
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Mr. Hymas,
Second?
seconded by Mr. Leal. Is there any further discussion, any questions on this item? Let's proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. 10K, consideration for approval of award construction services contract for Dr. Abraham P. Cano, Freshman Academy, building envelope repairs. Our presenter is Mrs. Umbriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Curtan, senior team, and members of the audience. Harlingen CISD solicited competitive sealed proposals for Dr. Abraham P. Cano Freshman Academy Building Envelope Repairs, CSP CNST 0325-1. The district received 4 proposals, and the ranking committee ranked the offerers. ACISD is recommending an award to the highest ranking contractor that provided pricing inclusive of all required items as highlighted in the attached recap. The administration recommends that the board approve the awarding of the contract to the contractor as highlighted in the attached recap. On this one, we just have 1.
So a quick question.
Mr. Leal?
Just the low bid here, you were clear about providing a bid for all of the work that we needed performed. So was that the issue on the low bid?
Yes, and when our engineer, once we rank the highest offer, the engineer contacts the contractor to ensure that their bid is correct. Did they review it? Does it include everything in the project manual and project drawings? Or were there any omissions? And going back and looking, they did omit quite a bit of stuff that they forgot to add in there. So that was the reason for the difference in pricing. So they wanted to change the bid, and you can't. So we had to eliminate them and negotiations and go to the next one.
Yeah.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rose. But there's, so then even though when you're looking at those ranking points, like theirs is, I mean, that doesn't change that, you know, the fact that they had omitted some of that information on that second page.
I think if I understand your question correctly, Dr. Bonilla, even though there are other criteria, right, we're okay and good, in speaking to that lowest bidder, since they omitted some pricing that they had forgotten, they couldn't continue on with the project as they solicited in their original bid. It wouldn't be favorable to that contractor.
Or the district.
Or the district, yes.
Right.
Okay, do I have a
We
motion?
need a motion, yes. I would like to move approval of the award of construction services contract for Dr. Abraham P. Cano Freshman Academy Building envelope repairs.
We have a motion by Dr. Reiniger,
A second.
a second by Dr. Cano Monreal. Is there any further discussion on this item? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Last one, item L. Consideration for approval of award construction service contract for the HVAC improvements at Harlingen High School South Gym, number CNSTO325-2. Mrs. Ambriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. Harlingen CISD solicited competitive sealed proposals for HVAC improvements at Harlingen High School South Gym. The district received 4 proposals, and the ranking committee ranked the offerers. HCISD is recommending an award to the highest ranking contractor as highlighted in the attached recap. The administration recommends that the board approve the awarding of the contract to the contractor as highlighted in the attached recap. In this case, there's just one.
Are there any questions? Okay. Did everybody look at it real quick?
Mr. President, I'll move approval of the award construction service contract for the HVAC improvements at Harlingen High School South School Gym, as recommended.
I have a motion by Dr. Reiniger,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Muniz. Is there any discussion on this item? Any questions? Okay, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item number 11, matters relating to district operations, facilities and safety report, Mr. Oscar Tapia.
Board President Powers, members of the board, Dr. Corton, and audience. On April 1st, we held a Facilities and Safety Committee meeting. First item we presented was a storm report from the flooding that we had on the weekend of March 28th, 2025. The main reported the main damage or incident we had was at Ditchman Elementary, where we had a few inches of water water intrusion inside the several parts of the campus. We dispatched over 30 employees with a mixture of custodians, maintenance workers, and bus drivers to get it cleaned up over the weekend and have it ready for Monday morning instruction. We also had some minor work done at Wilson, Lamar, SAC, Cosmetology, with some minor roof leaks, outdoor debris, down trees, parking lot flooding and pumping water out, things like that. Also worked with AP to restore electrical power that we had lost at Kano Academy, the Keys baseball fields, STEM Square, and Lee Means also had some electrical powers that also required us to restart some of the AC systems. Got them all ready for Monday morning for instruction. I presented the tabulation sheet for the 4 bid proposals for the work at Kano, and we were ranking them that we're bringing it forth to the board for approval, which we just did. Also had the Harlingen High School South Gym AC improvements, also presented the 4 bid proposals. We were presented that we were ranking them and would come to the board for a recommendation. Also presented that we were in the process of obtaining bids for mini stadium relights, LED light upgrades at the 2 high schools. And once we completed those proposals, we'd submit an agenda item for this meeting. And then also went over the engineering request for qualifications. I talked about the civil, geotechnical, and MEP engineering RFQs we had done, that we're in the process of ranking them, and we would bring forth recommendations to this meeting. And meeting concluded with Ms. Ida Ambriz giving a construction financial report for the MUST Foundation funds and the TRE funded projects. I'll turn it over to our facilities chair.
Okay. Do you have any comments?
You go ahead, I was not
Okay.
finished. You want
Well, I wish this item was at the first of our agenda tonight, when all the people were here in the audience and probably a larger viewing audience on television. I cannot emphasize enough, and I know we talked about this last week, the extraordinary efforts that Oscar Tapia and his staff did. It was really, you talk about a heart for people. You know, we had 2 or 3 inches of water at Dishman. We had roads where you couldn't, we had custodians who spent the night at a couple campuses because they couldn't get out. And the staff just went to work. I mean, we were out at Dishman on Saturday morning. You looked at it initially and you said, wow, there's no way we're going to be open for business on Monday. And I think 25 or 30 bus drivers came in. Numerous maintenance people came in, numerous custodians came in from all over the district, gave up their Saturdays, left, some of them should have been at home working on their own stuff. And Oscar and his staff, Kenny Lee, they organized this group and made an incredible effort. And by Sunday at noon, that school, you'd never known that there had been 3 inches of water throughout the campus. It was amazing to see the work. And they all pitched in. They wanted to be there. They wanted to help. It was just really encouraging to see the spirit of these people. And the same thing goes for what happened at Gutierrez, Cano. We had problems at all these places, and they jumped in, and on Monday morning, we were open for business. All of our campuses were in full swing. So for those that are listening out there tonight, I want you to know what an incredible staff we have in our community and our facilities committee and Mr. Tapia's department. So thank you again, Oscar, for a job well done.
Thank you, Mr. Farr.
The other thing I want to comment on is our district has established a relief fund. We have numerous families throughout this district that were hit hard by the flood. They've lost some of them lost their cars, some of them lost their house, their furniture, their clothing, and there's a big need for help throughout this district. So we have a relief fund. You can go to our website, and we welcome any kind of donations, either financial, clothing, anything that you can contribute to help these folks. We would welcome it. Just call our district, and we will make arrangements. So thank you so much. All right, moving along to our next item, item number 12, consideration for approval of the amended order of election and notice of Harlingen Consolidated Independent School District trustee election. Presenter is Mrs. Ida Ambriz.
Thank you, Mr. President, board members, Superintendent Dr. Corton, senior team, and members of the audience. The terms of office for Eladio Jaimes, Place 3, and Greg Powers, Place 7, will expire on the first Saturday in May 2025. Attached are the amended order and notice of May 3rd, 2025, trustee election. The attachments include all times and dates for early voting and election day. The Cameron County Elections Office added more polling locations due to adding more entities to this election. The administration recommends that the board consider approving the amended order of election and notice for the Harlingen Consolidated Independent School District trustee election.
Okay. All right, so we need a motion, or is there any questions on this item?
Mr. President, move approval of the amended order of election and notice of Harlingen, of HCISD trustee election as presented.
Motion by Dr. Pettis, and we have a second by Mr. Jaimes. I'm sorry, Bob, excuse me. I need to look. All right. Any further discussions? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Item number 13 is the school board continuing education report. So I get to read this off, and so we'll start with Dr. Reiniger. She completed everything successfully with 6 hours and exceeds expectations. Dr. Bonnie Muniz completed everything successfully and is very complete. And then we go to Mr. Jaimes, exceeds expectations and complete. Then we had one of the highest hours here this past year. Congratulations, Eladio. Dr. Monreal completed everything required and exceeded those. Myself, I completed my requirements, and Dr. Pettis wins the award this year with the most hours. He completed and exceeds expectations. And then Mr. Leal also completed all of his required in excess of what he was required to do and exceeds expectations on that too. So that's our report. Is there any questions? All right.
Good job.
All right. So the next item is item 14, and we are going to adjourn to close our executive session pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, and 551.082 of the Open Meetings Act for the following purposes. A, pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, discussion regarding personnel matters regarding district teachers, administrators, and other certified employees. Item B, to discuss recommendations regarding the renewal of teacher and other professional staff contracts for 2025-2026. Item C, discuss employment of teachers and other professional staff. And item number D, discuss employment of assistant superintendent for secondary education. At this time, we are adjourned into executive session.
You sure that's water in your cup over there, Tanya?
Okay, we are back in a regular session, and the first item is consideration for approval of renewal of teachers and other professional staff contracts for 2025-2026.
I move that we approve the renewal of teachers and other professional staff contracts for 2025-2026 as discussed in executive session.
Motion by Dr. Cano Monreal. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Reiniger. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Motion carries unanimously. Number 15B, consideration for approval of employment of teachers and other professional staff.
Mr. President, I make a motion to approve employment of teachers and other professional staff as discussed in executive session.
I got a motion by Dr. Hymas and a second by
A second?
Dr. Cano Monreal. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Last item on the agenda, 15C, consideration for approval of employment of Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Education.
Mr. President, I move approval of the employment of Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Education as recommended by our esteemed superintendent and staff in executive session.
Second. Motion by Dr. Pettis, second by Dr. Muniz. All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. There being no further business, we are adjourned.